a pleasure to be here with you.
Oh, the pleasure is mine.
Well, then the pleasure is both of ours. I just wanted to say a couple of things about the NATO summit. First of all, Abdullah was saying that the Washington Post is reporting the administration is furious. No, the administration is not furious. A member or members of the American delegation at the summit expressed fury. It could be one single person. We know how reporters work, and so the one single person, who knows, it could have been a secretary, it could have been the lowest possible person in the delegation, said, "We're furious." I think that if you hear anything from members of the American delegation, there are many who might say Zelensky had every right to send that tweet, and he did. And there is nothing more absurd than issuing an invitation that depends on unknown conditions. That is the weakest possible statement that can be made. Now, I don't know exactly how the NATO Ukraine Council works. I don't know if it is there only to coordinate arms deliveries and from NATO to Ukraine, or training or tactical and strategic resources and that kind of thing, or if it's simply to facilitate Ukraine's wishes and needs in terms of battlefield preparedness. But if there are conditions to be met, at least a few might have been spelled out, and the council might have been directed to be sure that these conditions were met or were attempted to be met within a year's time. And saying that Ukraine would be invited to NATO at the Washington NATO summit would be a strong statement, although an arbitrary one. Why put it off? And when you go through all those arguments, it is clear that the only strongest statement that the NATO summit could have made would have been Ukraine is invited to become a member of the NATO alliance. We know how long it would take anyway. I think Doman has an answer to some of my questions here, David. Can we go to Doman?
Oh, go on. Go for it.
The NATO Ukraine Council is the highest body within NATO from a technical perspective. The only equivalent previously was the NATO Russia Council, which came out of the NATO Russia Founding Act of, was it 97, 98, whatever it was. That obviously doesn't function anymore for obvious reasons, but from a technical perspective, it's the highest level, and it's effectively a permanent representation of Ukraine with NATO, as well as a regular forum where NATO and Ukraine are working together as equal partners rather than one being above the other, at least in theory. And this was kind of an out there thought and out there idea that it, this could be a part of it. This is what Yermak and Fogh Rasmussen proposed as part of their option 2. And again, I will say 3 options were on the menu presented by Zelensky's chief of staff and a former Secretary General of the UN. Just because it's not option 1, that doesn't, which everybody here obviously wants, that doesn't mean there weren't 2 other options on the menu. Then the question would be, why present the menu if you only want one option? And that's a difficult question to answer, but the invitation was only a part of option 1 and wasn't a part of options 2 or 3. We need to take that into account. The thing that really matters until all 31 or maybe 32 ratifications would be done are bilateral agreements and guarantees anyway. What we care about, what we should care about, are weapons more than an invitation.
It's not what they said, actually. President Zelensky. Yeah, I know what you listen to. And I listened to this as well in the meeting. So you and I know what President Zelensky demanded: a clear signal and the invitation therein, in addition to the weapons. A clear signal is missing.
I think every technical step, bar an invitation, is a clear signal.
No, it's not. A clear signal. Signal.
We can disagree, but there were three options on the menu from Yermak and Fogh Rasmussen,
and they didn't.
One of the options was chosen.
I know, but
yes, it did. Option 2 got fulfilled.
I'll try to get Anders on the space, and we can discuss it with him.
Okay, and I will get an exact transcript of everything that he said in that presentation.
I know what he said, Domin. I'm not in disagreement with you.
I do too.
I know what he said. The key thing is that he did this extremely well. We both agree on this. But it's an anticipatory defensive play, which is great. And it has worked extremely well, with one exception. It could not anticipate how much positive movement towards Ukraine was there, how many strange events would happen. And when they occurred, and the one strange event which occurred was not necessarily the movement of Erdogan saying, oh, Ukraine should be in NATO. No, this is the outlier. It's Erdogan's snubbing of Putin's demands as to Rosatom, which happened in recent days. Nobody expected that. That is the most massive turnaround in the region. Nobody expected that, but it happened. And therefore, Zelensky grabbed it with both hands, and he's right to do so. If the opportunity arises in history, you have to grab it. Helmut Kohl did it. Adenauer did it. I'm sorry to say so. A couple of US presidents did so. And especially one, Ronald Reagan. You have to grab it when it's there. The opportunity is still there. And that's why they're still fighting and drinking in Vilnius at the moment.
Axel, in a well-crafted sentence of no more than 10 words, what would a clear signal be?
We have invited...
You got in there, no more than 10 words.
We have invited Ukraine to join NATO.
Okay, how about the same but bar an invitation?
What do you mean bar an invitation? We have invited, meaning we have extended the invitation.
No, I know, but if you can't use the word invitation,
you must.
What is a clear signal?
You can and you must.
No, you're talking about should. I'm saying about will.
You do not need a unison decision.
I agree, but you're talking about should, not will. Those are two different things.
No, I'm not. I said
if you're not going to use the word invitation.
Well,
I said we have invited.
I will hasten to add, it should be Ukraine is invited.
When I said we have, what is the
NATO.
difference between?
Just saying.
Ukraine. If you stand in front and say we have invited, that has happened one legal second behind you. I'm sorry, that's clear language.
So if you could not use the word invitation or the verb invite for some kind
you can
of
and you must.
diplomatic
You can and you must.
Well, I know that, Axel. I'm just saying, what about we have reserved a seat in NATO for Ukraine?
That's bullshit. That's caving to Putin. That's nothing. That is bullshit. You don't out legalese the legalistics. The Soviet Empire and the Bolsheviks and Putin and his ilk are exceptionally good at being legalese. That's why they're constantly throwing at you what your political scientists and your mediocre Yadis like: international law, which doesn't fucking exist because you can't execute it, fortunately, on US territory, and you shouldn't have it. That's why you do not subscribe to certain jurisdictions which simply would be used against you in your fight for freedom and against tyranny. So please, let's be honest about it. It's very straightforward and fucking simple. For the people in Montana, Idaho, and those states where people have disproportionately sacrificed their sons and daughters to service for this wonderful union. A union, if you can keep it. What does it mean? You do not mince words. Someone pleads for your help. You help when he or she is righteous and justified to be helped. Ukraine is righteous and justified to be helped. Someone pleads to join your association of self-defense, which has on its colors and in its charter exactly those terms. Then you accept this person. Ukraine is that person. There is no bickering, no left, no right, no black. There is no gray zone. There is nothing to it.
Well,
what?
Okay. No, I was going to say, because I think you've repeated it the same way.
I tried to make it
we
clear.
Get that.
You know, there's people who do not perceive it the same way as we.
No. Well, anyway, Doman, you put your hand back up.
Alan just raised his hand.
No, I know. Doman, you put your hand back up.
Yeah, so the clear signal talk from Zelensky was made before Erdogan did the stuff with Rosatom, whatever. Without using the word invite, because his chief of staff, Yermak, didn't expect necessarily the word invite to be issued. He issued a menu with 3 options, 2 of which did not have the word invitation invite. How else could there be a clear signal, or are Zelensky and Yermak at odds without the word invite? What would be a clear signal without staying short of an invitation?
Zelensky today
Unless you're saying that is not possible.
No, you're wrong. Yermak is in the past, Zelensky is in the present. Zelensky made it very clear today in his tweet as well as in his statement on the square. Nothing short of an invitation.
Okay, fine. But there's a difference between that and the narrative that we've been working with and the timeline.
Yeah, so what? It has changed. Things change. Ukraine saw an opportunity, and this opportunity needs to be pursued. I'm completely with them. I would do the very same. I would be much harder even. I would send out every single diplomat to talk to every single person, but maybe they have done exactly that just now. Who knows? I think Makeyev, for example, for the first time, because he's an extremely smart and adept diplomat, but Makeyev may finally actually find a little bit of Melnik in himself today. The Germans need,
as you say,
kicking.
It should be pursued. It should be done. I agree with all of that. It should be pursued. It should be done.
It's worse than that. It must.
No, you said it should be pursued.
Dorman, this is the decisive 24 hours of our decade. This is 2008 all over again. Everything they decide now will reverberate in history, and you will remember that 12th of July, 13th of July, Vilnius. You will remember this date for all eternity, depending on what is being agreed.
Well, the news coming out of Vilnius today is that Joe Biden looks weak and NATO looks weak. In fact, there was already a headline, I think, in the New York Post this morning with a picture of Joe Biden yelling, but it was the point was the headline, "Old Yeller." Old Yeller was a very popular young adult book here in the United States many years ago. In fact, my English teacher in high school, William Armstrong, wrote it. Was made into a Disney movie, but we all know what old means. We all know what Yeller means. They are calling him a coward, and this is not the kind of headline that Joe Biden needs or wants. And the Post, by the way, is a tabloid newspaper in the United States.
He shouldn't do that to himself.
Is exactly right. And he for a man of his experience, he often speaks when he doesn't need to. He says too much when he needs to say nothing. But in any event, that's where things stand tonight. I'm disappointed, I'll say that. So I think it is Tom and Lily. Tom.
Yeah, so I just went back to read Zelensky's tweet again, and if I just bring it up on my screen, I mean, the key words that he's using, the one word that he uses is respect, because he's saying, you know, he's grateful for his allies, but Ukraine also deserves respect. So Zelensky is implying that to have a vague statement that doesn't really mean very much is disrespectful. He also uses the fact that it's like absurd to not have a time frame given what's going on. So the opposite of that would imply that it would be sensible or rational to have a time frame. And then he also talks about uncertainty as weakness. So having a vague time frame shows weakness. And I agree with him on all of those points. And I do think that morally it is completely justified to have a time frame for NATO membership. And I think the most rational time frame would be as soon as the war is concluded, or as quickly as possible once the war is concluded, and make it very, very clear. So Russia would be getting the message, you're going to lose, and when you lose, Ukraine is going to be in NATO. Morally, that's completely justified, and in that basis, I'm completely with Axel. The problem is that simply because something is morally justified does not mean that is what will exist in our world. That there's no law of the universe that must happen. I'd like it to happen. I'd prefer that was the universe we were in. But unfortunately, that's not always the case, because a lot of people work on consequentialist morality rather than, you know, the morality of the horrific war crimes that have been committed justify it in and of themselves. And unfortunately, those people that calculate incorrectly, in my view, that doing stuff too quickly would lead to a nuclear war, some of those people are in positions of power, maybe in the White House, maybe in Germany, maybe in other countries. And that means that there's a reluctance to commit to this too soon. And sadly, I think that's the reason why we are in this situation, is people still fear, you know, Russia collapsing or there being a nuclear war or whatever, a bad outcome. And unfortunately, I think that makes them reluctant. And that's why I should imagine that we won't get a very clear statement tonight. You know, Zelensky isn't stupid and he's not impulsive. He might be a bit angry, although I've never actually seen him be that angry. I've seen him with sort of cold, controlled anger in various speeches that he's given. But I think he'll have thought carefully about what he said. So to say that it's disrespectful and that uncertainty is weakness, I think he's deliberately chosen to use a certain amount of shame, actually, to try to encourage countries that are wavering to support them more strongly and to give a stronger statement. Because I think he knows that support for Ukraine is fairly strong in most NATO countries, that most people, irrespective of their domestic politics, are fairly in favour of supporting Ukraine. Not 100%, it does vary. But I think he's realised that he can put some pressure on Western politicians to try and support him with greater fervour and speed. It is a bit of a tightrope, though, because he doesn't want to piss off his allies. But I think that's what he's getting at there. And I think, whilst I agree with Axel that it's totally morally justified to let them in as soon as possible, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to happen or that it must happen. I think it should happen, and I'd like it to happen, but I don't know that it will.
Can I just add? Can I add one thing, David and Alan? I texted him just now, but we'll see whether we can get him. Someone earlier this evening, in response to someone we know rather well, wrote, "It's moral cowardice and strategic incompetence. NATO nations are obliged to do everything possible to protect the country defending their eastern flank. And they should seize the opportunity to defeat the enemy NATO was created to fight. I think that's pretty damn clear.
Yeah, see, I agree. I agree with that 100%, Axel, but I think there are other people that are calculating that there are risks involved. I think those people are wrong. I think they're miscalculating, but simply because I think we're morally in the right, I don't necessarily think that is going to happen. I think it should happen. I think it'd be a good thing if it did. But maybe I'm just more cynical than you. I don't know.
Do you know where this response came from?
I read it, but I can't remember.
Okay.
I definitely.
But the response was to the following argument. The argument made by someone else, friend of the space, was the problem is not reforms which Ukraine should make. That's a reference to the statement in the presumed text. The problem is not reforms which Ukraine should make. It's about reforms that some of our leaders should make. Where is the bold, clear, strategic thinking that created the post-World War II international order? Don't ask Ukraine for strategic patience. We need strategic bravery.
Sounds like Ben. Sounds like
Ben Hodges. Yeah. And the answer I read out before was from Gary Kasparov, friend and very, very helpful supporter, by the way, of the Ukrainian cause, who said earlier today, that the liberal Russian opposition, which has been fighting Putin, has no moral right to make any kind of judgment whatsoever as to what Ukraine does or what it decides, because he wanted to make sure that this discussion about cluster ammunition is put to bed. And may I say, he makes a very, very good impression today in Vilnius. And it's important that he is there. And if we fail to heed his advice, we are doomed.
I think I would have set one condition. Upon restoration of Ukraine's sovereign 1991 borders, Ukraine will be invited to join NATO. How that restoration...
Okay, Alan, good point. The invitation you can make today, but it can't, you can say in the invitation, but you can't join before you've attained your sovereign borders. That's fine, but you have to extend the invitation. By the way, that's what Zelensky asked for.
If I can make one really quick comment, I think if you look back at, say, World War II, it would have been completely morally justified for the United States to have declared war on Nazi Germany during the Blitz, but it didn't happen. And that's the difference between something being morally justified and it actually happening. I really hope it happens, Axel. I really hope you're right, but I'm unfortunately a bit more cynical.
Doman, please.
I disagree on the timelines. I disagree on conditions. Setting conditions like 1991 borders are first achieved, or the war is ended, or anything like that is a very bad move, because it allows a semblance of agency to Russia. That is the one thing that has to be avoided at all costs. This is part of the reason why the phrasing and the framing is as awkward and inconclusive as it is, because that is one thing that you definitely cannot afford them, which is any sort of agency, any sort of decision-making power, any objective metric which they can affect by, staking a claim and 75,000 soldiers on 2 square kilometers of Ukrainian land, or by claiming, shitting's still going on, there's still a war, there's a special military operation, war, whatever. You cannot say that. So both what Tom and Alan said, I think, is fundamentally wrong to do. That's part of the reason why the phrasing is as awkward and inconclusive as it is. We would like timelines, but not timelines that Russia can affect. And there are very few such that can be put forward. And I will say one last time, Zelensky is saying there needs to be a clear signal sent. It was done, a week ago, before Erdogan's any changes were done. Therefore, at the time, the no invitation, 3 options, 2 of which don't have an invitation, put forward by his chief of staff and former Secretary General Fogh Rasmussen. Therefore, within that framework, one should reasonably expect something to be acceptable that doesn't involve an invitation, that will still be a clear signal. So if there is no such option being allowed for, that doesn't involve the words invitation, that doesn't have a formal invitation, then we are pursuing perfection and throwing away the good. And I don't think that's a wise thing to be doing. You shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and stop, throwing out cliches as well. But it isn't reasonable then, frankly. It isn't logically consistent within the plan they outlined and within what was said before the changes were made. I agree with what should happen. I don't agree that it's likely to happen. And I don't agree that it can be the only thing that can happen, because literally there are 3 things on the menu. And you can't say, well, only one is the correct choice. That's not how life works. That's not how choices on a menu work, whether in a restaurant or whether 3 choices, 3 policy decisions, 3 possible policy decisions are picked up.
Yeah, but you're back to making the case, which is fine. And I don't disagree with you on the fact that we shouldn't lock ourselves into timelines which can be influenced and therefore abused by Russia. But is it fair to say that the invitation in itself can be extended, and that the invitation, in order to win the political will for it, would have to be predicated that full access to NATO membership would be there when Ukraine has regained its sovereign territory? Nobody says that in the interim. Now we come back to your favorite process, meaning the technical levying and lavishing on security guarantees on Ukraine can be extended in the meantime. And this is that's the soft power. NATO can and has always been able to extend security guarantees upon an invitation being extended and favorably viewed. That's the whole point of the invitation.
No. I'm sorry, Axel, but that's factually not true. It's not NATO extending security. No. There's not NATO extending security guarantees.
It's nation states.
Upon an invitation issue. Yeah, but it's bilateral. Of course, it's bilateral. Yeah, no, but you said NATO extending security guarantees, but it's not NATO extending security guarantees. And this is what I've been preaching this whole time, which is we need to wait a day, 2 days, until the end of the week, when the bilateral security guarantees are outlined, because they won't be outlined before the conclusion.
No, that's the problem. Currently, they are not being outlined because the security guarantee is dependent on a non-nuclear nation at the moment. That's the problem. That's why it has become a NATO issue.
No, it's not, because they're bilateral. Because the UK is separate from the US, is separate from Germany.
May I? You can say no 15 times. I will cut it 15 times. At the moment, Germany holds up the provisioning of security guarantees for Ukraine because it has the economic, the factual power to do so. That's the whole point. That's why David and I were discussing Mr. Plötner and Mr. Schmidt. And this is why you and I were discussing this. Germany is holding this up. Why do you think Rishi Sunak, who is deeply in need of money, why do you think Mr. Macron, who has domestic policy problems to the gazoo, whilst fortunately the French were smart enough to solve the energy issue, why do you think they are also fragile? Because the most fragile politician is currently Olaf Scholz, because he has no majority anymore. He has no polling on his side. He only has the factual power of being the guideline providing chancellor, the one and only ruler in Germany. That's what he has. But unfortunately, he also, if he doesn't move, has the view and the concerted patience of the Americans. The Americans don't move when Scholz doesn't move. That's the whole problem. They even said so. They don't want to force Germany twice, which is the annoying thing. I would hope that the Americans would do so, but they don't. Therefore, the political expediency of the moment outweighs what could be done by national states rendering that security guarantee. I don't believe that Monsieur Macron will put up a security guarantee of France's force de frappe for Ukraine in the next 48 hours. I would, for the first time ever, bet you a decent bottle of Meursault that he won't do it. And Rishi Sunak, now that he has tied himself economically and strategically to the AUKUS program with the Americans, won't do it. The meek presentation in Washington was shocking to you, to me, to David, to everyone. It's not happening there. It has to come from all four of them. That's the problem at the moment. It is significantly worse than we thought. The provisioning of security guarantees, whilst individual nations have to do them, is currently being held back by Mr. Scholz, Jens Plöckner, and Mr. Schmidt. That's how bad it has become, because Joe Biden's administration doesn't want to break the mold, which they could any given moment. That's how bad it is.
And with that, what I'm going to do is going to tell everyone or remind everyone the first in the nest is a tweet. It's our card for tonight, which Chuck's going to be here shortly, all of in about 43 minutes. Well, Chuck will probably be here in 38 minutes because he knows that if you're not 5 minutes early, you're going to be late. So I would really request everyone to tweet it out, share it, do whatever you want, as long as it gets to other people. That would be wonderful, so we can get some more people in. So there's a lot of people to say hello to Chuck when he arrives, because he is our very own Care Bear. And with that, I think, Lily, you had your hand up, then it was Cleo, then it was, I think it was Marcus, and then Marcellus.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Axel, David, Alan, for being here and educating all of us. I will pass right now my time to others. I wanted to specifically raise a topic with David, Alan, Axel here, Domin, and Tom Z about the psyche of Westerners and Russian propaganda. So it is not germane to this moment on this day. We can talk about it another time. And I'll pass it off to the next one in line. Thank you so much. MriyaReport.org. Please retweet or donate or both.
Thank you, Lily. David, you have the order of hands better than I do.
I do. So it's Cleo, and then I think it's Marcus, then it's Marcellus. Cleo.
Hi. There's just 2 points I wanted to make briefly. One is I definitely agree with Domin on the issue that putting a time frame such as when Russia withdraws or when all the lands are clearly shown to be Ukraine. I would keep it open, because I don't think that Putin is going to concede the win, even if he's pushed off the land. And I would think that the germane part would be to try to make sure that Ukraine has control of enough of the land that no one is going to question it being a major push of a year or whatever. I'm hoping that they could get Crimea back, which would be just a huge major blow, and they may not get all of the Donbass back, but at that point I would think that one could forge circumstances or describe circumstances such that the accession to NATO might be possible. So I would keep it open for that reason, because and this sort of goes into my second point, which is I don't understand why people think that Putin is going to be any more frightened of the word invited into NATO than he is now. I don't think it's going to change his behavior. And all of his stuff has been predicated on how we'll be sending him a clear signal. Well, you know, we can send him a clear signal and it still doesn't mean he's going to respond. He's in a position where he's put his car into drive. He doesn't have a reverse capability on his psyche. He doesn't have any way to deviate from stuff. He is absolutely bound and determined to, you know, commit kamikaze on this hill or die. And I just don't think that whether the word invitation is used, I don't think that that has any deeper meaning. Now he might say it does so that everyone responds to it and then talks about how everybody in the West is cowardly for not saying the word invitation, but I don't think it would change what he does. So those are really the 2 points I wanted to bring up.
So I'll chime in on that a little bit. So
yeah, I am curious what people think on that, but because I haven't understood why they think it's going to move the dial as far as what he does. Go ahead, please.
So the thing is that when we talk about Putin, right, then I guess what we really need to talk about is Russia in this instance, and we have a little bits of it. So as an example, right, so only, what is it, 3 weeks ago when Prigozhin did his little march on Moscow, and Prigozhin's still alive, isn't he? Well, if that was in a normal system, he wouldn't be. So it suggests that there's other factors at large, right? So Putin, let's call him, he's the fat controller or whatever it is, but there are other factors in there, and those other factors will take these into account. And regardless of things, when he's in drive and he's trying to switch his engine off, sometimes you need to do things that will derail something. So if your car or someone's car speeding down the road in the United States, they throw a stinger under the wheels, right? And this is the thing, isn't it? So providing stuff or making statements and holding to these statements is the proverbial throw a stinger under the racing wheel, right? And it will mean that we will need to do things, but there's a reason why we need to get involved by sending what we've got. By certainly, and the answer, the not doing anything isn't going to help, hasn't helped, never will help. So just as an example, we just changing track. Let's do something, and and then take it from there. If that, I mean, that's not what I'm saying, but just for the politicians, whatever they're trying is not working, right? Eventually, people need to recognize that things aren't working, and doing more of the same isn't going to work. But this brings down to part of the conversation is that there are still countries and who are, in actual fact, thinking about un petit défi for Russia, right? But that can't be,
Well, to me, the word using the words invitation is still, there's still words, and I don't see that that's throwing a spanner into anything. Weaponry, definitely, and having more weaponry, having it come faster, having air power, all of those are really, really essential. But I think that whether, I mean, because I'm sure that he realizes that Ukraine will be joining NATO, so that's not really anything to deter him. He wasn't particularly.
It does.
He didn't respond.
It does.
Well, no, he didn't.
I'm sorry. It does.
No, I
can say
don't
no
see
10
it.
times
I just
over.
don't see it.
It does. I can tell you.
Yeah, well, wait a minute.
No,
yeah,
wait
but
a minute,
I know,
please.
but
You're just so wrong.
we just disagree, though.
Axel,
Let me
just
interrupt
let
please,
Cleo finish.
because Cleo doesn't know this. On the day when Estonia joined,
no, but
on the day when Estonia joined,
maybe you don't know this.
You know what? The Russian ambassador in this country did?
Maybe you don't know this. We've already had Finland join, and we've had had Sweden join, and it's like clear that when we offer NATO, you know, when we talk about that we're going to have someone come in, we don't have to use the word invitation. It's really clear where the intention is. And so I don't see that this particular word is, and I doubt that you would have a week ago, as you said, you didn't have this impassioned speech by Zelensky up until now. So what I'm saying is this definitely talks to what Zelensky feels, but I don't think it speaks to what Putin does, because I don't think he cares. You know, I mean, he's not going to like it, but he's not going to care. It's not going to change anything that I can see. And that's what I want to see, is some proof of that it's going to change before we tear ourselves apart over an issue like this, when it's just wording, because it won't change the time frame.
Well, I want to appeal to everyone to be calm. And I do mean everyone, to all of our speakers. This is the most civil space on Twitter. And it is a reputation we are proud of and guard. One thing I will say, in those high policy meetings that take place in the White House or at the Vilnius Summit for NATO, when someone proposes action X, and the question on the table is, but what will Putin do? I hope that there is a chorus of leaders in the room who's saying in one voice, I don't care. But I hope there is at least one voice in the room that says, I don't care. And that is the way forward.
Yeah, I would agree. I agree. I definitely agree. I just, just want to see us, I want to see all of us win and be as united as we can about it, because I think it's not completely prudent for us to go bananas on it, because what happens is that Russia picks up, NATO is weak and this and that and the other, and then they throw it back through bots, and it all gets amplified, and we get more divisive. So I just want to bring that up as a caution. Thanks.
Thank you, Cleo. I think back to Tom, then it was Masilius and Marcus. Tom, please.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just want to sort of jump in on this, and I'll try to be brief. I mean, if you think about the decision space that we've got, it ranges from, we could let Ukraine into NATO right now. It won't happen, but we could. And the problem is, as soon as Russia fires another shell or kills another Ukrainian, Article 5, and we're at war with Russia. Everyone knows that, and that's why it won't happen. So Ukraine won't be let in today, obviously. The other extreme would be, okay, let's let in NATO as soon as we possibly can. Well, no, the other extreme would be, let's never let them in, but that's just ridiculous, and let's not even discuss that. So it would seem rational to go, okay, let's let them in as soon as we can. Okay, how can we let them in without being at war with Russia? Well, Russia will need to be beaten, Russia will need to be out of Ukraine, and the war will need to be over. Now, there's been no formal declaration of war anyway, because it's a special military operation. The problem there, as sort of Dom alluded to, and I messaged him about this, was that supposing Russians hold on with the entirety of whatever crappy army they've got left in 6 months or a year's time to a tiny 2x5 kilometer stretch of Ukraine, and or maybe suppose they've been kicked out of Ukraine, and all they do is say the war isn't over and fire one cruise missile a week at Kyiv. As long as the Russians are saying the war isn't over and they fire one cruise missile a week at Kyiv, Ukraine can't join NATO if those are the conditions that we've set, that all the Russians are out and that the war is over. So the problem is, if that's quite a sensible thing to do, any other space in between still invites Putin to carry on being as aggressive as possible, because if he loses this war and he totally withdraws, we then think, right, now it's safe to let Ukraine in. And so I think that's what the point perhaps that Cleo's trying to make, is that actually, does Putin care? I mean, I think he does care, but I think he'll be motivated to be as aggressive as possible and try to get some kind of stalemate or frozen conflict out of this, given that he's not going to win in terms of what he originally wanted. So the problem is that really presents a bit of a, not so much a dilemma, but just a real problem of, okay, well, when do you actually let Ukraine in, even if you really want to? And I think that's tricky. And then you add in all the different membership partners of NATO with all of their different ideas and their different politics and their different domestic politics and their different geographical locations. And it does make it very, very tricky. And what you don't want to do is incentivize Putin to keep fighting for as long as possible in order to try and keep Ukraine out of NATO. And then, so ultimately it boils down to, okay, why don't we send them weapons as quickly as possible so they can beat the Russians, and then we can get a better timetable. A commitment to ensure that Ukraine wins this war as quickly as possible, with as many weapons as possible, with as few casualties as possible, as soon as possible, would actually send a stronger message to the Russians. And then something about NATO after that would be a good follow-up, if that makes sense. It's really difficult to know what else you could actually offer the Ukrainians now that wouldn't encourage the Russians to desperately fight the war to end up with a stalemate or frozen conflict. That's my sort of view of the situation.
Thank you, Tom. Let's get some more input here, and then we will summarize the discussion so far. We're expecting Chuck Ferrer here in less than 30 minutes now. And so in probably 20 minutes time, I'll be looking for some volunteers to step down and make room for Chuck. So it is Masilius and Marcus. Masilius.
Hi. Beforehand, I joined it with the space with a question. Hi, Abdullah. With Salam alaikum, Huya. With a question, how can we find a solution to invite them, but avoid triggering Article 5 directly, or the possibility of triggering Article 5 directly? And I came across one article, which at least one tweet, which was quite a funny, and I put it into a nest, where there is actually an example of a country joining the NATO while being technically at war, or at least in a conflict, and with Russia on its borders, and also without clear borders. And it was actually Germany, because while they joined NATO, Eastern Germany was occupied, and part of Germany, which has been actually assigned to Poland, has not been formally assigned to Poland at this point. So there is something to work on, and putting out the invitation, I figured out, at least someone told me, is something which involves giving some kind of document of third rank, of being a third rank member, and which involves directly the possibility of, because when you call for invitation, it's defined in Article 10, and it defines that you are a third rank member, and you can call for Article 5. So I think it all comes down to using the information on how Germany actually entered NATO, while being, of course, not in the same situation as Ukraine, but not also in a fully peaceful situation, and making it somehow possible to postpone the full privilege for Article 5 and maybe and similar or other privileges maybe as well, but to some other point in time, which cannot be defined by Russia in any shape or form, but also should not threaten other members that they are immediately at war. Thanks. That was it.
That's a good observation, Miselius. Of course, in 1955, when Germany became a member of NATO, times were very, very different. But it is a good example. It could be seen as a precedent for sure. And inviting Ukraine to become a member of NATO does not mean that that Article 5 could be invoked by Ukraine. They have simply been invited. They are not yet members of the alliance. So there is some tricky ground to go over, but I am still hopeful the NATO summit will find a way across that ground that shows clear support for Ukraine, a renewed urgency to help Ukraine win the war as quickly as possible and to restore its sovereign borders, and also to weigh in on prosecuting Russian war crimes. All of this remains to be done. I think we have Marcus and Paige. Marcus?
Oh, yeah, awesome. I just wanted to completely change the topic of well, not completely, but change the topic a little bit. I think
but that would be wonderful.
I think I'm a little black-pilled on the value of these alliances when you don't have the ability to back them when you're on your own. So, and by that I mean, like, nobody gets to be that special snowflake. Okay, I'm Canadian, so I benefit from being on an unguardably large border with the States, which means I'm under their umbrella regardless if they like our government or not. So that's great for me. But, and similarly, the UK and France are besties, whatever. There's special relationships, but by and large, I think this is going to be disastrous for nuclear proliferation, honestly, because that's the only thing people respect. The only reason why we're letting Putin do a genocide, which we are as the West, although we let there be a genocide in Syria and did barely anything. So that's another issue altogether, is because of nukes. So nuclear proliferation can only get worse from here. And the reality is, if you have nukes or don't have nukes, it's because you've decided not to have them, because that, I don't know, it's not really, but the point being that it's similar to microprocessors, where the technology isn't the barrier. Being able to produce the technology reliably and being allowed to is a barrier. So there's that, right? It's not a matter of, oh, it's confusing how to make a nuke, right? That's not true. So it's a barrier of technology and availability and production of the fissile materials in a weapons grade capacity, and then also doing it while intelligence services don't know, which is impossible, basically, right? So the point being is, I just don't see how Ukraine doesn't look at things going forward as, we're sort of on our own, but maybe we'll get into the special Costco buyers club of being able to get NATO weapons if we join NATO. But I would never trust. I'd never, ever trust, because we're constantly talking about which administration in the US will be in power. It used to not matter if it was a Republican or Democrat. You assumed the United States would back European allies. That's not true anymore, right? And Europe realizes that too, which is why at the start of this war, every European country was scrambling to start importing and restarting their arms production. It's all bad, right? But at the same time, if I'm Ukraine, I'm not going to trust any promises made to me. And I think that's going to be a reality of the next 50 years. That's it.
Well, that's a very interesting take, Marcus. And just going off your last point, that Ukraine would not trust promises made to it. I don't know about that. I mean, I think that Ukraine has every right to be cautious and suspicious. They are fighting an existential war, but not by themselves. They have been surrounded by 53 nations from around the world, really at the direction of the United States. That's something. They are receiving NATO weapons. That's something. Why isn't Ukraine receiving all the weapons it asks for and needs as quickly as possible? We don't know the answer to that completely. There could be logistics concerns, and there are clearly policy debates ongoing in the United States, which could deliver ATACMS. But in terms of Ukraine not trusting any promise in the future, I would have my doubts about that. I think Ukraine will know very well whose promises it can believe and whose promises it can't. And that is part of the experience of war.
I do think this has heralded kind of a much closer fostering of community and inter-country relationships that matter amongst Eastern Europe, though, to be fair. And also the UK's jumped up and they're total chads and everyone knows it, which is cool. But yeah, I think Eastern Europe is going to be more united than ever over the next 50 years, because I don't think Poland and Ukraine have much beef left anymore that matters more than their solidarity, right? So that part's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Poland and Ukraine have much beef left anymore. To Paige, and then to the angry moose, and then to Peter. Paige, please.
Hi, I'm gonna try to be. I'm in the NATO morale department, so I'm gonna try to lift us up a little bit here. I know I've only dabbled a little bit in advocacy in the state and federal level in the U.S., but I'm in a lot of the channels and communicating with a lot of them and seeing updates. And yes, there was a big push to encourage our leaders to invite NATO, or invite Ukraine into NATO. However, they were also being very realistic, and these are people that are advocating constantly in DC, different members of organizations, Ukrainian organizations, nonprofits, all that. So, and the general, sure, would it have been a miracle or what, no matter how you want to look at it, but they're really not that disheartened, because advocacy and change does take time. It was still very important to really push our leaders at this point, so that way, let's get it. Sure, they're at war right now. We can't have them enter right at this moment, but let's get everything in place so the minute that we can have them enter, they can. So I guess my point is just to I know that it's really frustrating because we all want a lot of change. Kind of one of the themes that's come up a couple times today is that we have to be patient with some stuff when it comes to training and the war ending and the counteroffensive and all this stuff. So it does take time, and it really is important. I can't tell you guys in countries outside of the US, I don't have any recommendations on how you guys contact your leaders or anything like that, but I can tell you that it does make a difference. And so, if you want to make a change, you have to be loud. So I just want to encourage you guys to not feel too let down about this, and that it's just as important to continue to speak out about it, and to, just so that way we can have everything we possibly can in place for when the time finally comes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paige. Yes, thank you. So anyway, I'm going to highlight to everyone that we have a very special person here. I'm not going to name him. It might be called Chuck. But the very first tweet, I've put another tweet into Nest, which just makes it so much easier, because it's got a little click here button for everyone to join it. So I would ask you all to retweet that. That would be wonderful. Also, so a little bit of I think it's called housekeeping, Alan. Something I don't like doing. But we do have some people who are trying to come up, can't come up because there's too many people in the space, and we've got a special person who we won't have named called Chuck, who will be wanting to come up shortly. So if you don't have your hand up, just drop down, and when you do have a question, you can come back up again. Thank you very much.
Can I guess? Is it
How
Chuck
do you
D
drop
of
down?
Public Enemy?
I'm sorry.
Is it Chuck D of Public Enemy?
No,
Oh.
no, not at all.
Okay.
It's Chuckosaurus Rex.
Okay.
How do I drop down?
There's at the top you will see 3 little buttons, and there's a bit that, or it might just say leave. Oh no, actually no, it's not. It won't say leave.
Yeah.
Don't hit the leave button. It'll be the drop from speaker button you want.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the ellipses at top, right beside leave, they'll say drop to listener, and that's what you want, because we don't want you leaving the room. You stay here and listen all you want. Now, now that I have the conch, and do we have Chuck up here yet? He still has 10 minutes before he has to. He's obliged.
No, leave him. Don't push him. I mean, he's probably having a coffee. He's probably not got his headphones on. He's probably going many things.
Chuck doesn't drink coffee. He just sits there and waits. You know, he's in a cat-like state of readiness at all times. Anyway, I just wanted to get on here, and I know Axel's going to jump on this, and I want to temper some expectations on this whole Ukraine NATO thing. There was 0% chance of Ukraine getting into NATO. You know, they weren't going to have this big kumbaya and say, "Come on, no, we're going to send all our weapons over there, and this Russia thing will be over tomorrow because you're now a NATO member, and we're going to rub our sweaty Article 5 all over Russia's face." That's not going to happen. It's in the charter. You cannot have any border disputes, you know, to become a member of NATO. And they've denied memberships to 3 NATO countries. They're now NATO countries, but to 3 countries, you know, over the years because they had border disputes. You know, one country had to rename themselves, you know, North Macedonia, before they were allowed membership. You know, there is a lot of politicking involved. There's a lot of practicality involved, and that particular move of bringing somebody in that has border disputes is called entrapment. And at the NATO table, I can guarantee that's being talked about. You know, and all the other countries, they don't want to get entrapped in, you know, somebody's war. You know, if a big mean greenie comes and you know, starts bullying Denmark, you know, Denmark's a legit member of NATO, and we will all be there tomorrow. You know, they declare that Article 5 will be there tomorrow. So, you know, let's temper our expectations on that. That being said, NATO and the member countries themselves have done remarkable things. Like we see it manifest in terms of equipment, but there's a lot of stuff going on in the background. Like you know, essentially, the U.S., Britain, and Canada are floating the Ukrainian economy right now. You know, there's massive $100 million donations that I know coming from Canada going to the operation of the Ukrainian government. You know, just so they can stay afloat and operating. You know, there's a lot of that stuff going on. The training. You know, NATO is, and they're not even being sneaky about it, they're overtly training Ukrainian troops. So you can't sit there and say, oh, NATO is not doing anything, because that would be a bold-faced lie. With that, let's bring Chuckosaurus Rex up.
No. There's not with that. Chuck has an invite. He will take it when he feels fit, I guess. But listen, angry. So listen, important. I don't think anyone has said, no one here has said we've done nothing, but there are things that we could do, i.e. explain to someone, because having been part of a selection process for going to the Olympic Games, where they didn't, in actual fact, explain the criteria that you needed to be selected. And let me explain to you, that could mean, in this respect, was I could have qualified for the Olympic Games, and they could have given that qualification to someone else. And they didn't at this point, because these are the days when they could have selected anyone. At that point, I said, so you could just select your grandma if you wanted, by using the terms, we think my grandma will do better. And this is part of the problem, isn't it? Because there is nothing definitive. Now, we know why people don't want to put those things down, because someone will then set about achieving said goals. But that's the point about goals. It makes it fair and honest for everyone, because we have to understand that Ukraine, maybe, just maybe, I'm throwing out there, might be very, very frightened that NATO just may throw them to the wolves. Now, I'm not just saying just saying this, but here we actually have had Germans, the Jens Plotner, Axel's best friend, right, who is adamant that Ukraine didn't mean anything. We needed to get on and do business with Russia. And there is still this thought around the world, right? So it's important. So we have to understand there are two sides to this. Ukraine, who may be worried that this might be happening, and guess what? We've not really helped them out, have we? Did we, for instance, adhere to the Budapest memorandum? No, we didn't, right? We let them hang, right? And then what happened with Minsk 1, Minsk 2? Yes, you can come in a moment, Axel. I haven't finished my little rant, right? So there's many things where many opportunities for which we could have done something which would have avoided this war, which would have avoided so many things. So it's important that we keep a clear mind about where we are. So I would go, right? I have no in the days when I was competing, if they'd have said this is what you need to do to get selected for the Olympics, and I failed to do that, well, that's my fault, isn't it? But having some open book where you're being marked by someone you don't even know against some rules you don't even know isn't really a level playing field, is it? But Axel,
I'm going to retort there and say I don't quite understand your analogy.
Well, Angry, let's go to Axel, and then very, very quickly get through the remaining hands. There is a lot of news tonight with Chuck. Axel, please.
There's tons of stuff, and this is an interesting evening and night. But David is right, absolutely right. Key thing this evening is to highlight what Dorman did earlier by dissecting what the process is, what the opportunities are, and that Ukraine has still, even in the worst of circumstances, where world leaders are weak, meek, fallible, passive, indecisive, that Ukraine still has managed to attain a tolerable result. Tolerable for those who are fighting a defensive battle. The problem is Ukraine is not fighting a defensive battle anymore, actually. If you think about it, we discussed it here many times, Ukraine is now on the attack, but it's still being treated by some in the West as if it were just on the defense. That shift, that necessary shift in thinking, in consideration, hasn't yet fully sunk in. Because the attack requires a completely different stance. It requires a different logistical preparation, which I'm sure the military liaison officers and supporters and people who work with the Ukrainians, be it in Zhizhov, be it in Transcom, be it across the various NATO entities, they all are completely, utterly focused on it. You have no idea what levels of mental acuity those people who lack sleep, eat badly, and drink heavily when they have a free moment can have when they fucking fight. Because that's what Western armies do. Ukraine has all the support it can get from anyone. It doesn't matter whether it's the Dutch Air Force, the Norwegian Rangers. You could find anyone. Everyone who's ever served, everyone who's currently serving, everyone who is working with the Ukrainians. When you speak to them, hear from them, if they talk to you, if you have family members liaising with them, they are excited, positively excited about the Ukrainians and what can happen, what they can achieve. So let's not be disenchanted. Let's not be exasperated. Let's not be gloom and doom. Because the Ukrainians, even on days when they take really heavy losses, they hit back right away. There's one thing, one thing Germans have over the centuries been good at, and what we understand is counterattack. And the Ukrainians seem to have mastered that. And with that, I'll hand back to you, Alan, David, and definitely our dearly beloved friend Chuck, because the Ukrainians are very good at counterattack.
Yes, they are. Thank you very much, Axel. Thank you very much for that, and thank you, Chuck, for coming up and actually getting into the speaker spot. We were getting very worried whether you just stay down there and carry on drinking your cocoa. No, well, Chuck's still getting his mic together. That's fine. I will remind everyone, go to the first tweet, unless we've had some more tweets go in there that we could very well have. Oh, yes, no, one, I should count them, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you go to the 7th tweet in the nest, yes, he's it's Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, isn't it? Right? That's you, me, and a couple of others there, Alan. The 7th tweet in the nest. It's very simple, chaps. All you have to do is click on that, click share, well, click to retweet, tweet, whatever you need to do, anything, just do anything, say anything, almost, so we can get some more people in listening to Chuck. That would be wonderful.
And David, I'm going to give Peter a challenge. You have 45 seconds, Peter, and then we're moving on to bullet points.
Well, okay. Yeah, I think we've also got to remember that we had the dam blown up and the West did nothing. But we have to look at what that Ukraine is a country which is under an authoritarian regime in the past, and they desperately want to be part of the West. And when the war started, what did Zelensky do? He wanted an opening into the EU because that was so important to them. It was like saying, we are now part of you. And it's the same with NATO. They want an invitation. They want to be, they feel that they are fighting for the West, which they are, although we don't realize it sometimes, because, through their pain and bloodshed, they have weakened Russia considerably. And there would have been a massive threat to countries other than Ukraine. So I think they need a light at the end of the tunnel, and they want to feel that they are appreciated and that they are, as he said, respected. And I don't see that. And, I haven't felt good about this today at all. You know, I think I feel very sorry
And
for them.
Peter,
All right, I'm coming out now, but so yeah, just that.
well done. Barely a few seconds more than 45 seconds. And we will continue to watch the NATO summit in Vilnius. But now, welcome to Chuck Farrer and tonight's bullet points. There is a lot of news tonight. So I encourage people to retweet this space, bring people in to hear Chuck's analysis, to look at Chuck's maps. There's more news than we've had, I'm going to say, in really the last couple of weeks, Chuck. Don't you think?
Absolutely. And guys, believe it or not, I was trying to come up for the last 10 minutes. I'm not, I hardly ever get to do that anyway. I'm not at my desk where I've got everything all set up. I'm actually sort of in a different place. And I just spent the last 10 minutes asking people to turn off their radios, quit watching the John Wayne movie, please close the door, and just all kinds of crazy stuff. So it wasn't just a busy news day. It was a busy sort of rodeo day around here. But we have got a lot of developments, and at least in one or two places on the battle line today, I've had to put up multiple maps, because by the time I get the information and get it triangulated and put it up in the map, maybe 4 hours later, the situation, and at least in one case, the situation has gone 180 from the map I put up. So it'll be an interesting place to start. Alan, if you'd like to start at Cremena, maybe?
Well, I thought first we might start with the war of attrition, the ongoing war of attrition that Ukraine is fighting to prepare ground for the counteroffensive. And that's what the first illustration is about, Chuck. Lots of big booms in Tokmak, down in southern Kherson Oblast, southern Zaporizhia Oblast. Is Ukraine reaching its goals in its war of attrition, eroding Russian forces?
Well, that's one of those things that it can never, it's one of those things where the ideal will always sort of be just beyond the grasp of what Ukraine can make happen. That's something that above our pay grade in Vilnius. I hope people are paying attention, because every one of these days, like we had today with these deep strikes, this is what it's going to take to win the war. And every one of these deep strikes, it negatively inflects Russian combat effectiveness. It negatively inflects their logistics, their command and control, and it impacts their manpower when that is targeted. And it is much better to fight the Russians in occupied territory, in their barracks, in their ammunition depots, at their supply points, at their headquarters. It's better to fight them there than on the front lines. So we had kind of the biggest sort of precision strike day we've had in quite a long time. And again, Ukraine is not just lobbing a storm shadow at a coastal city that they can reach, right? So we can start with the prize of today, which was the precision strike that happened on Berdyansk, and that was targeted on a headquarters area. It took out a lieutenant general commanding. That's a pretty high-ranking general in the fields of generals. And again, you've got a high-value target addressed at a command and control node, and it's not just the general officer you're taking out, because a general is never alone. A general or an admiral has always got a flag lieutenant, an aide, a chief of staff, an entire, an entire retinue, and an entire, headquarters element. So that was a vital strike. Then again, looking on the M18 highway, which was targeted today almost in a direct line. And the M18 highway is the highway that links Crimea to Melitopol, and then there on up to Zaporizhzhia. There was a precision strike right on the junction of the P-47, which heads to Kharkova, and they're on to Kherson, right at the P-47 and the M18. I don't know what that target was, but there's no doubt that was a logistical node. Supplies positioned at that exact place would be able to move to support activity up around, on the Zaporizhzhia front, over on the Dnipro River front. Directly south of Kherson, precision strike was conducted on Skadovsk. That again, if you are a crow and you start flying south out of Kherson, that is likely also a command node. I am guessing in that case, by its placement, it is away from a major line of communication and supply. It smells to me like a headquarters element. Then another target was struck in Tokmak. We know a little bit more about that target. It struck a storage facility next to the rail yards. And again, when you've got these precision strike munitions, for example, we got a general in Berdyansk today. In those sorts of cases, you are always talking about targets that targeting is informed by human intelligence, right? So we're talking partisans, we're talking deeply inserted intelligence officers. There's a difference between an intelligence officer and a, quote, agent, right, or an asset. But these are targets that were probably initially screened out with overhead imagery or electronic warfare signals intelligence, zeroed in with overhead imagery, but confirmed, I would think, in every one of these cases by human intelligence. So this was a big day. You want to have more of these days, and Ukraine needs to get more precision strike munitions so they don't have to choose between, what is the more important target. They don't have to split hairs. I am certain that every day, dozens, if not scores, of lucrative targets can't be hit because they don't have all the storm shadows they need. They don't have all the HIMARS they need. They don't have the long-range precision strike munitions. And I'm certain that if you're a targeting officer, you have to go to the daily briefing in the morning and you've got to sell your target, because the commanding general can only hit X number of them a day. And we need to make that so the general can open his hand and say, let's hit everything. So that was a big day.
The best argument for ATACMS I've heard in the last 2 hours. And today, France did send more of its version of the Storm Shadow. So Ukraine will be getting additional longer range precision weapons. But this battle of attrition is very important for Ukraine. They are clawing an advantage away from Russia throughout the theater of operation. Well, especially in Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, oblasts as they approach Crimea.
Yeah, and it's, today with the loss of the general, Toskov, I believe his name was, he is the 22nd or 23rd flag or general officer who has been killed by Ukrainian forces thus far in that war. That's astounding. To lose 20 flag officers in a war, in 16 months, literally one general a month, in a modern war, it boggles the mind. Of course, we've got this micromanagerial Russian command system. So generals are doing the jobs that in a Western army, a major would do. That is an absolute head scratcher. Generals should be no place where they're going to get killed. That isn't their job. It isn't their function. Generals don't lead from the front. Generals provide the planning, and they give their men everything they need, men and women, everything they need to do their job. That's what a general does. So this is, these are big days for Ukraine. And when an admiral or a general goes down, you have taken a staff with that guy, and you have essentially decapitated the unit that person is working for. And it also does a lot of things. You hit a vital supply node. You're going to get static from above, and they're going to tell you to disperse your logistics more. Don't provide Ukraine with conspicuous logistical targets. Start dispersing these all over the country. That's what a Western army would have done to begin with. But because Russia is unable to deliver that just-in-time supply system, and we talked about it, the reason their logistics are falling apart is they're losing so many people at the front. Infantry commanders are reaching into logistical units, air defense units, artillery units, and grabbing people and saying, now you're a rifleman. So these attacks, these deep precision strikes, they resonate through the entire Russian military apparatus, and they screw it up. And, a great day. These sort of targets, folks, they wouldn't be possible. They wouldn't be possible without eyes on the ground, the brave men and women, Ukrainian partisans, and those inserted intelligence officers and deeply inserted special operations forces. They're the heroes here. They provide that 8-digit grid coordinate, and then you've got brave pilots slinging storm shadows. But these are triumphs when these things happen.
So our job tonight is to send this map of deep strikes. That this is the first map up in the nest. Send it to Joe Biden. Let him know there are a dozen high quality targets that Ukraine couldn't hit today. I'm just pulling that number out of my head, of course. Maybe there were 2 dozen, but there's absolutely no reason why Ukraine should be rationing long-range precision missiles. Axel, would you agree?
Absolutely, 100%. I would send everything to Joe Biden if only I would find a way to get to the heart and mind of this wonderful, aspiring young man. No, but seriously, Chuck, how many generals do you think the US Army had lost? Just the US Army had lost in World War II.
Oh, I don't know.
Would you say less than 2 dozen, more than 2 dozen?
Yeah. No, I would say certainly less than 20.
That's exactly right. Because that's the point. They have a different role. The only generals the United States Armed Forces lost more than anybody else were, of course, what? Navy guys. Why would that be the case?
Because they are, you cannot help but be at the point of contact if you are a naval officer.
Exactly.
So that means the admiral and the battle staff. They're right there on the battle line.
And the worst thing is sometimes they die in airplane crashes going to where they need to go. But let me put this out there. The rear admirals died off Guadalcanal, Funafuti, Tuvalu, Lingayen Gulf, Pearl Harbor, Makin, Guadalcanal, and 2 died actually in the Med and the North Atlantic Ocean. Those were just the rear admirals of the United States Navy. Very few of them actually died. 9 throughout a global conflict, which the United States Navy and the United States Armed Forces had to fight against authoritarianism. 2 large dictatorial formations, to be exact. It's astonishing if you think about it. So what Chuck highlighted for the audience is absolutely vital. The Russian army has always been headstrong, quite literally. Therefore, they lose more of them because they fulfill different functions. They are too far forward. But as it is an authoritarian army, they by that means lose each and every time the very little amount of control these people are there to exert. Therefore, the sclerosis of the structure becomes evident so quickly. And for a little time,